Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the deepest reaches of Moria, where shadows held ancient memories and stone whispered forgotten tales, darkness stirred with more than just the echoes of fallen glory. Through halls carved by Durin's folk millennia ago, a solitary figure moved with careful purpose, his weathered hands trailing along walls adorned with fading runes. This was Gandalf the Grey, though once, in an age-long past, he had been known by another name, Olrin, one of the Mire of Valinor. The air grew thick with anticipation as his staff's light illuminated chambers untouched by brightness for centuries. Behind him, the fellowship waited nervously at a safe distance, unaware that their guardian's troubled expression masked more than mere concern about their path through the mines. For in these depths, Gandalf sensed a presence he had not encountered since the elder days, one that stirred memories he had long tried to forget. "There is more in these halls than ORCs and goblins," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper. His fingers brushed against a section of wall that seemed unremarkable to untrained eyes, but beneath the dust of ages, intricate patterns emerged, patterns he recognized from another time, another life. With a whispered word of power, the wall shimmered, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, protected by ancient magics, lay a single scroll, its parchment still pristine despite the countless years. As Gandalf's trembling hands unrolled it, words written in flowing Quenya script began to glow with a soft silver light. "To the one who returns, bearer of the flame of Anor, remember your brother in the darkness. Remember our oath in the gardens of Urmo, where we swore to protect the children of all. Remember me, Olrin, as I was before the shadow claimed me." The words struck Gandalf like a physical blow. Memories flooded his consciousness. Two Mire walking through the gardens of Valinor, their forms radiant with the light of creation. One would become known as Olrin, Counselor of the Valar. The other, in Routh, was a spirit of fire and crafting, beloved by all himself. Together, they had sworn an oath to protect the greatest works of the dwarves, should darkness ever threaten them. But then came Melkor's corruption, and in Routh's fall. The fire that had once forged beautiful things became a consuming flame of destruction. His noble spirit twisted into something terrible, a Balrog, a demon of the ancient world. A deep rumble shook the chamber, and Gandalf's head snapped up. He could feel it now, unmistakably the presence of his former brother in arms, corrupted but not entirely lost. The Balrog of Moria was stirring, drawn perhaps by the same memories that now haunted Gandalf. "Mithrandir?" Aragorn's concerned voice echoed from the corridor. "We cannot linger here." "No," Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with the weight of destiny. "No, we cannot." But as he rejoined the fellowship, his mind raced with possibilities. The scroll's discovery was no coincidence. It was a message left across the ages, suggesting that somewhere within the creature of shadow and flame, a fragment of Enrouth remained. The next few hours passed in tense silence as they made their way through Moria's vast halls. Each step brought them closer to the inevitable confrontation, and Gandalf's heart grew heavier with each passing moment. He had always known this meeting would come, but now the stakes were infinitely more complex than a simple battle between light and darkness. When the Balrog finally revealed itself, the air itself seemed to ignite. The creature's massive form, wreathed in shadow and flame, filled the great hall with terrifying majesty. But as Gandalf raised his staff in defense of the Fellowship, he saw something in the demon's eyes, a flicker of recognition, a spark of the being it had once been. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice thundered through the chamber, but his words carried a double meaning. "You cannot pass beyond the bounds of what you have become, old friend. You cannot pass into complete darkness while some light still remains within you." The Balrog's roar shook the very foundations of Moria, but in its otherworldly cry, Gandalf heard echoes of the ancient tongue of the mire. Beneath the rage and corruption, a message burned: "Release me, brother. End this torment." Their battle upon the bridge of Moria became legend, but few would ever know its true nature. Each clash of power was a conversation, each strike an attempt at redemption. Gandalf fought not just to protect the Fellowship, but to honor the oath he and Enrauth had sworn so long ago. When the bridge finally cracked and both fell into the abyss, time seemed too slow. As they plummeted into darkness, Gandalf saw the flames surrounding the Balrog flicker and change, momentarily burning with the pure, creative fire of old. In that instant, he understood this was the moment Enrauth had foreseen, the reason for the scroll's message. Their fall would become a journey of transformation for them both. Through darkness, they fell. Through fire, they fought. Across the endless stair, they clashed no longer as mere enemies, but as two beings linked by an ancient promise. Their battle reached its climax upon Zirrikzigil, where lightning and flame became one. In those final moments, as Gandalf's sword struck true, the Balrog's form began to change. The corruption of Melkor burned away, and for a brief moment, Enrauth's original radiance shone through. "Thank you, brother," came the whispered thought, carried on the mountain wind, as the Balrog fell from the peak. In fulfilling their ancient oath through this final confrontation, Gandalf had granted his former brother the release he had sought for so many ages. When Gandalf returned as the White, he carried not just the power of his triumph, but also the wisdom gained from this hidden tale of brotherhood and redemption. In the end, their oath had been fulfilled, though not in the way either had imagined in those distant days in Valinor's gardens. For in the depths of Moria, in the final clash between light and shadow, two brothers of the ancient world had found both an ending and a beginning, proving that even in the darkest of places, the bonds forged in light could never truly be broken. Story 2. Deep beneath the mountains of Moria, where ancient shadows danced with forgotten memories, there lay a secret chamber that even the boldest of Durin's folk had never discovered. Here, suspended in an ethereal light that pulsed like a living heartbeat, floated a crystal of impossible beauty, the heart of Durin, the very essence that had drawn the dwarfs to these halls millennia ago. The crystal's light painted the chamber walls with shifting patterns of blue and silver, each pulse sending ripples of power through the very foundations of Moria. Before it stood two figures locked in an age-old struggle, one wreathed in shadow and flame, the other bearing a staff that glowed with starlight. The Balrog of Morgoth and Gandalf the Grey faced each other in this sacred space, their confrontation frozen in a moment of revelation. Gandalf's eyes widened as ancient runes etched into the chamber's walls began to glow, revealing their long-hidden message. His fingers traced the Elvish script, translating words that told a tale few had ever known. Here beats the heart of Moria, bound by the first of Durin's line, guarded by fire eternal. Until the day of awakening comes, the Balrog's flames flickered, casting wild shadows across the chamber. But in its burning eyes, Gandalf saw something he had not expected, not just rage and corruption, but pain. The demon's massive form was bound to this place by chains of power invisible to mortal eyes, its very essence intertwined with the heart's rhythmic pulse. "So this is your prison," Gandalf whispered, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. "Not a willing guardian, but a bound one. The price of your invasion was higher than Morgoth ever knew, The creature's response came not in words, but in images that seared themselves into Gandalf's mind. The first age of Middle-earth, when the Balrog had first breached Moria's defenses. But instead of conquest, it had found itself trapped by Durin's final defense, the heart itself, a crystal of pure power that had bound the demon of shadow and flame to serve as its eternal guardian. Above them, the Fellowship of the Ring fled through the halls of Moria, unaware of the true drama unfolding in the depths below. Their footsteps echoed through the stone, each step a reminder of the urgency of their quest. Yet here, in this timeless chamber, Gandalf faced a choice that could alter the fate of Middle-earth itself. The heart of Durin pulsed stronger now, responding to Gandalf's presence. Its light revealed ancient markings on the floor, a ritual circle, crafted by the most skilled of dwarven runesmiths. Within these runes lay the key to either destroying the heart or transferring its guardianship. "The choice lies before me," Gandalf murmured, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. "To destroy you and the heart together, or to take your place as guardian." The Balrog's flames dimmed slightly, its massive form shifting as if in recognition of the gravity of the moment. The ritual circle began to glow as Gandalf stepped within it, his staff raised high. The ancient words of power came to him then, passed down through the ages from the time of the Valar themselves. Each syllable echoed with purpose, each gesture drew more power from the air around them. The Balrog roared, a sound that contained both fury and relief. Its flames surged higher, pressing against the invisible bonds that held it. The heart of Durin pulsed faster, its light becoming almost blindingly bright. Gandalf continued the ritual, his own power pouring into the ancient magic. He could feel his strength being drained, converted into the very essence needed to maintain Moria's stability. The choice was made not to destroy, but to transfer, to take upon himself a portion of the burden that had corrupted the Balrog over countless years. The chamber filled with light and shadow, locked in a dance of transformation. The Balrog's flames began to dim, its bonds slowly transferring to Gandalf. But the wizard had one final gift, to offer a portion of his own light, freely given, to help cleanse the corruption that had twisted the ancient being for so long. "We shall share this burden," Gandalf declared, his voice carrying the weight of ages. Neither fully bound nor fully free, but in balance, the ritual reached its crescendo. The heart of Durin flared with blinding intensity, its power redistributing itself between the two ancient beings. When the light finally dimmed, both Gandalf and the Balrog were changed. The demon's flames burned cleaner, though still dark, while Gandalf's light had taken on a deeper, more primal quality. Their battle would still need to play out above the Fellowship's fate demanded it. But it would be a battle of choice now, not mere destruction. As they ascended from the sacred chamber to continue their confrontation on the bridge of Moria, both beings carried a piece of the heart's power within them. The famous words, "You cannot pass," would echo through history, but few would ever know their deeper meaning, not a denial of passage, but a reminder of the balance that must be maintained, of the price paid in the depths of Moria to keep ancient powers in check. When they finally fell together into the abyss beyond the bridge, it was not just as adversaries, but as joint guardians of one of Middle-earth's greatest secrets. Their battle would continue through the depths, up the endless stair, to the peak of Zirrikzigil itself, each clash of power now serving to maintain the delicate balance they had struck in that hidden chamber. And when Gandalf returned as the White, he carried within him not just his own transformed power, but a portion of Moria's heart itself, a reminder of the sacrifices made in the deep places of the world, where light and shadow dance in eternal balance. The heart of Durin continued to pulse in its hidden chamber, now bound to two guardians instead of one, its power preserved for ages yet to come. And in the halls of Moria, those who listened closely might hear not just the echoes of battle, but the rhythmic beating of an ancient power, keeping time with the very pulse of Middle-earth itself. Story 3. In the deepest halls of Moria, where even the memory of light had long since faded, ancient runes carved into black stone began to pulse with an inner fire. The air itself seemed to vibrate with anticipation, as if the very mountains held their breath, waiting for a prophecy older than the realm itself to unfold. Through these forgotten corridors, Gandalf the Grey moved with purpose, his staff casting shadows that danced like living things across walls that had witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms. Behind him, the Fellowship followed, unaware that every step brought them closer to a moment written in the stars before the first dwarf ever struck stone in these halls. The wizard's fingers traced the glowing runes, their light growing stronger at his touch. In the ancient tongue of the Veiler, they spoke of a battle foretold. When shadow and light clash in the depths, the sleeping gods shall stir. In their dance of destruction, the music shall be renewed. The prophecy had been carved here by the first of Durin's folk, who had heard it whispered by the very stones they shaped. It spoke of two Mire, beings of immense power, whose confrontation would serve as a key to awaken the Veiler who had withdrawn from the world, their powers sleeping in the roots of mountains. As if in response to these thoughts, a deep tremor ran through the stone beneath their feet. Far below, something ancient stirred, and Gandalf felt the weight of destiny settle upon his shoulders. The Balrog was rising, drawn by the same prophecy that had guided the wizard's steps. Each note must be struck precisely, Gandalf murmured, remembering the teachings of his master, Niena in Valinor. The battle itself is but an echo of the great music. The chamber of Mizarble erupted in chaos as drums began to beat in the deep. But these were no ORC drums. This was the rhythm of creation itself, pulsing through the bones of the earth. The Balrog's approach sent waves of heat and shadow before it, but within its roar, Gandalf heard something else, the bass note of a song that had shaped the world. When the demon finally revealed itself, its form was terrible to behold, shadow-given flesh, flame-given purpose. Yet Gandalf saw beyond the corruption to the true nature of the being before him. Like himself, the Balrog had been present at the first music, had helped sing the world into being. Now, their battle would serve as a counterpoint to that ancient melody. The clash on the bridge of Moria became more than a mere fight for survival. Each strike of Glamdring against the Balrog's flame sword sent musical notes ringing through the caverns. The wizard's staff blazed not just with light, but with harmony. The Balrog's whip cracked with thunderous bass notes that shook the very foundations of the mountain. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's declaration echoed with power, but it was more than a challenge. It was the beginning of an incantation. The words themselves carried the weight of ages, each syllable a note in the grand composition that was unfolding. As they fought, the very stones of Moria began to resonate. Deep within the mountain, ancient chambers long sealed began to pulse with light. The sleeping essence of the Veiler, dormant since the elder days, stirred in response to the battle song being performed above. The Balrog seemed to sense this too. Its attacks became more precise, each movement corresponding to a particular tone in the ancient melody. Together, though locked in combat, they were creating something greater than themselves, a harmony that had not been heard in Middle-earth since its shaping. When the bridge finally cracked and both combatants plunged into the abyss, their fall was accompanied by a crescendo of power that shook the entire mountain range. As they fell through darkness impenetrable, their battle continued no longer just for survival, but to complete the song that would wake the sleeping powers. Through countless caverns they fought, each chamber adding its own resonance to their combat. In the halls of forgotten waters, their clashes created ripples that sang with liquid music. In caverns of crystal, their powers shattered ancient formations that rang like bells of the gods. Up the endless stair they went, their battle song growing in power with each step. Finally, upon Zirk-Ziggle beneath a storm-torn sky, the final movement began. Lightning itself joined their symphony, creating a thunderous percussion to accompany their fatal dance. The Balrog's flames reached their peak intensity, burning with colors that had not been seen since the forging of the world. Gandalf's power manifested as pure light, his form briefly revealing his true nature as a Maya of immense power. Their final clash split the peak itself, sending shockwaves through the foundations of Arda. Deep within the mountains, ancient chambers blazed with renewed light as the Valar stirred in their long sleep. The music that had shaped the world echoed once more through the halls of creation. As the Balrog fell from the peak, its flame extinguishing in the icy air, its final roar completed the harmony they had woven together. Gandalf, mortally wounded but triumphant, felt the change ripple through the very fabric of Middle-earth. The prophecy had been fulfilled not through destruction alone, but through the recreation of the most ancient music. The wizard's fall and transformation into Gandalf the White was not merely a reward for victory, but a necessary transformation born of participating in this cosmic symphony. When he returned, his power was renewed not just by the Valar's blessing, but by his role in awakening their sleeping strength. In the deep places of the world, the renewed presence of the Valar's power would turn the tide in the coming war against Sauron. Few would ever know that the famous battle between Gandalf and the Balrog had been more than a clash of ancient powers. It had been a performance of the most profound and powerful music ever composed. A song of awakening that would reshape the destiny of Middle-earth itself. And in the halls of Moria, the glowing runes slowly faded, their prophecy fulfilled. But those who listened carefully might still hear, echoing in the depths, the faint strains of that mighty song, a reminder that even in the darkest places, the music of creation never truly ends. Story 4. In the shadowed depths of Moria, where echoes of ancient glory still whispered through forgotten halls, a secret lay buried deeper than the deepest mine shaft. Not in gold or mithril did this secret lie, but in purpose, a purpose so vital that it had transformed one of the noblest of the Mire into a being of shadow and flame. The Fellowship's footsteps echoed through the massive halls of Dwarradelf, but Gandalf's keen senses detected something beyond their surface grandeur. His fingers traced patterns in the dust that covered ancient inscriptions, revealing words in a script so old it predated the kingdom of Moria itself. These were no dwarven runes, but the markings of the Valar themselves. What lies beneath must never rise, the inscription warned in the ancient tongue. The Guardian's flame keeps the deeper dark at bay. As Gandalf's eyes widened in recognition, the very air around them grew heavy with unspoken power. The wizard's mind raced back to conversations in Valinor, to whispered warnings about things sealed away in the deeps of the world before the first elves awakened beneath the stars. A deep rumble shook the foundations of the mountain, but this was no ordinary tremor. Within it, Gandalf detected a pattern of message encoded in vibrations that only a Maya could comprehend. The Balrog was speaking to him in the primordial language of creation itself. "Shield brother," the message resonated through stone and shadow. "You have come at last to relieve my watch?" The truth began to unfold in Gandalf's mind like a map long forgotten. The Balrog's presence in Moria had never been an invasion, but a posting a terrible duty that required its transformation into a being of incredible power and fearsome aspect. What better guardian for an ancient evil than a creature that would frighten away all who might disturb its slumber? The drums began then, echoing from the deep places, but Gandalf now understood their true purpose. They were not signals for war, but warnings that the seal was weakening, that what lay beneath stirred in its eons-old sleep. Mithrandir? Aragorn's concerned voice cut through the wizard's revelation. We must move on, but movement now held new peril. Every step risked disturbing what lay beneath, and the Balrog's increasingly urgent warnings shook the very foundations of the mountain. When the demon of shadow and flame finally revealed itself, its appearance was not an attack, but a desperate plea. The creature's massive form filled the chamber with heat and darkness, but its eyes held ancient wisdom and desperate purpose. Through the corrupted shell of its current form, Gandalf saw flashes of its original glory, a being of light and power who had sacrificed everything to become the eternal guardian of a dark secret. The battle that ensued was unlike any told in the chronicles of Middle-earth. Each clash of power was a conversation, each strike an exchange of ancient knowledge. The Balrog's whip of flame wrote sentences of fire in the air, telling of an evil so ancient it had no name in any tongue of elf, man, or dwarf. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's famous declaration carried a double meaning, both a challenge to the Balrog and a renewal of the ancient ward that kept the unnamed horror at bay. The Bridge of Moria became not just a battlefield, but a focal point of power, where two Maiar worked to reinforce the seals that had held for ages. When Bridge and Balrog both fell into the abyss, Gandalf made a choice that would alter the course of history. He followed, not to destroy, but to learn to understand the full scope of the Guardian's duty. Their descent into darkness became a journey of revelation. Through the lightless depths they fought, each chamber revealing more of the truth. In vast caverns untouched by any mortal hand, they passed ancient wards glowing with power older than the sun. The Balrog's flames illuminated carvings that told a story of sacrifice and duty, of a horror sealed away by the Valar themselves before they retreated to the west. Their battle raged for days, moving through chambers of increasing antiquity. The very rocks around them hummed with contained power, and in the deepest reaches, shadows moved that had nothing to do with the Balrog's flames. Here, in these profound depths, Gandalf finally understood the full weight of the Guardian's burden. The climactic clash upon Zirrikzigil was both an ending and a beginning. As lightning split the sky and rain turned to steam around them, the two Maiar reached a moment of perfect understanding. The Balrog's form began to shift, its corruption falling away like a shed skin, revealing glimpses of its original radiance. "The task is yours now," came the thought, clear and pure as it had been in the days before darkness. Guard well what must never wake with its final fall. The Balrog transferred not just its life force, but its sacred duty. Gandalf's transformation into the White was more than just a change of power. It was an acceptance of the Guardian's mantle, a taking up of the Eternal Watch. When he returned to the world above, Gandalf carried with him not just new power, but new purpose. His role in the War of the Ring would be shaped by this deeper understanding that some things must be kept secret, some powers contained, some sacrifices honored in silence. And deep beneath Moria, in chambers that would never see the light of day, ancient wards renewed their vigil. The drums fell silent, the shadows settled, and the deeper darkness remained safely sealed, guarded now by a white flame instead of a black one, but guarded still, as it must be until the ending of the world. Few would ever know the true story of what happened in the depths of Moria, how a battle that seemed to be between good and evil was in truth a changing of the guard, a passing of duty from one ancient being to another. But in the deep places of the world, the shadows remembered, and the wards held strong, and the ancient evil slept on, safely contained by sacrifices too profound for mortal understanding. Story 5. The walls of Moria held memories in their stone, each crystal and shadow a repository of tales untold. But none was more profound than the story written in the very foundations of the great dwarven realm, a story that began to reveal itself as Gandalf the Grey led the fellowship through these ancient halls. The wizard's staff cast dancing shadows across walls that seemed to whisper with voices of ages past. As they passed through a grand archway, its stonework still perfect after millennia, Gandalf's keen eyes caught sight of a maker's mark carved with extraordinary precision. A flame wrapped around a hammer, the signature of Enrathel, first architect of Moria. The name stirred something in Gandalf's memory, a tale heard long ago in the gardens of Valinor about a Maya who had loved the works of all so deeply that he had chosen to remain in Middle-earth, serving as guardian and guide to the dwarven people. But surely this couldn't be the same being that now haunted these halls as the Balrog. The very stones beneath their feet began to hum with ancient magic as they traversed deeper into the mine. Each step seemed to awaken more memories locked within the rock. The air grew thick with power, and Gandalf found himself touching the walls, reading the story written in the stone itself. Images flooded his mind, and Rathel, radiant with creative fire, working alongside the dwarves as they carved their kingdom from the living mountain. His flames had once been tools of creation, heating the forges that shaped mithril and warming the halls through the coldest winters. The dwarves had called him the Bright Smith, the friend of Durin's folk. But then came the shadow, a creeping darkness that threatened to consume all they had built. An ancient evil had stirred in the depths, something that would have destroyed not just Moria, but all of Durin's people. The memories in the stone showed in Rathel's choice to transform himself into a being of sufficient power to contain this threat, even at the cost of his own nature. "You chose darkness to preserve the light," Gandalf whispered to the shadows, understanding at last. The drumbeats that echoed through the deep were no longer just warnings. They were the heartbeat of Moria itself, the rhythm of power that had kept the kingdom's foundation stable for thousands of years. When the Balrog finally appeared, wreathed in shadow and flame, Gandalf saw it with new eyes. Their confrontation on the bridge of Moria became more than a battle between light and darkness. As Glamdring met the Balrog's flaming sword, the very walls of Moria began to glow with stored memories. Each clash of their weapons released more visions into the air around them, and Rathel teaching the dwarves the secret of making doors that would answer only to moonlight and spoken words. The Bright Smith's flames illuminating new carved halls for the first time. The moment of his terrible choice, when he embraced corruption to become powerful enough to serve as an eternal guardian. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's famous declaration echoed through the chamber, but his voice carried understanding rather than condemnation. The stone beneath them sang with the weight of history, each crystal in the walls reflecting scenes from the past. The bridge cracked, and as they fell together into the abyss, time seemed to slow. In that moment of suspension, the Balrog's form flickered, its flames momentarily burning clean and bright as they had in the elder days. Gandalf caught a glimpse of Enrathel's true face, noble, resigned, and still bearing the love for all as children that had led to his sacrifice. Their battle through the depths of Moria became a journey through living memory. Each chamber they passed through awakened with their presence, walls glowing with scenes from the kingdom's history. They fought through ancient forges wherein Rathel had once taught the secrets of metalwork, through halls he had designed with mathematical precision, past pillars he had helped raise with his own power. Up the endless stair they climbed, their combat transforming the very nature of the mountain around them. The Balrog's flames, rather than destroying, began to reveal the original beauty of the stone, burning away centuries of darkness to show the pristine craftsmanship beneath. Upon Zirakzigil's peak, where lightning split the sky and wind howled through ancient stones, their final confrontation reached its crescendo. The Balrog's form began to change, corruption falling away like shadows at dawn. In its place stood Rathel as he had once been the Bright Smith, the architect of wonders. "The kingdom endures," came his voice, clear as crystal, strong as mithril. "My task is complete." With those words, his flame burst forth one final time, not in destruction, but in creation. The peak of Zirakzigil was transformed, its stones rearranging themselves into a monument to dwarven craftsmanship, a last gift from the first architect to the people he had loved enough to sacrifice everything for. As the Balrog fell, its flames didn't diminish, but rather seemed to sink into the very stones of the mountain, becoming one with the foundation of the realm it had helped build and then guarded for so long. Gandalf, mortally wounded but enlightened, understood that his own transformation was necessary to carry forward the truth of what had happened here. When he returned as Gandalf the White, he carried within him not just new power, but the wisdom of Enraethel's sacrifice. The tale of the Balrog of Moria would be told for ages to come, but few would ever know the truth that within that being of shadow and flame dwelt the heart of an architect, a creator who had chosen a terrible fate to protect the works and people he loved. And in the halls of Moria, though darkness still lingered, the stones themselves remembered. In quiet moments, those who listen closely might hear the whisper of ancient forges, feel the warmth of creative fire, and know that even in the darkest places, love could kindle the brightest flames. Story 6. Deep within the shadowed halls of Moria, where ancient stones whispered forgotten secrets and darkness held sway, Daeron Ironheart pressed her calloused fingers against weathered runes that hadn't felt a dwarf's touch in over 1,000 years. The young archaeologist's heart raced as she traced the elegant script, so unlike the angular patterns of her ancestors. These were elvish markings, hidden in the deepest archives of the dwarven kingdom, and they told a story that defied everything she had ever known about the terror that lurked in Moria's depths. By the light of Durin, she whispered, her voice trembling as she translated the ancient text. The Balrog wasn't born of shadow, it was made. The revelation sent her mind reeling. According to the chronicles, the demon of Moria had once been Kalanor, a noble elven guardian chosen by the Valar themselves to protect the sacred halls. But Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, had twisted this divine purpose into something monstrous. Through an artifact known as the Starfire Crown, he had corrupted the guardian's celestial flame into shadow and rage, creating the creature that would become known as Durin's Bane. As Daeron delved deeper into her research, the very foundations of Moria seemed to tremble, whether from the weight of ancient secrets or the stirring of something far below. She couldn't tell, but she knew she had stumbled upon something that could change the fate of Middle-earth forever. Her discovery led her to the surface, where the autumn leaves of Lothlorien rustled with ancient memories. The Elven Council received her findings with a mixture of skepticism and growing unease. Among them, Lady Celestial, keeper of forgotten lore, recognized the truth in Daeron's words. The Starfire Crown was not destroyed, Celestial revealed, her ageless eyes holding centuries of sorrow. It was hidden, split into 3 fragments and scattered across Middle-earth. If what you say is true, young daughter of Durin, then perhaps the Balrog's transformation could be undone, but at terrible risk. Thus began a quest that would unite the most unlikely of companions. Daeron found herself leading a small band. Celestial's grandson, Thelar, a warrior who had lost his family to the Balrog's flames. Grimer, a dwarf elder who believed the creature should remain entombed in darkness. And Lyriel, an elven sage whose ancestors had witnessed Kalanor's fall. Their journey took them first to the Misty Mountain's highest peaks, where the first fragment lay sealed in ice. As they retrieved it, the Balrog stirred in the depths, sensing the presence of its original essence. The company descended into abandoned mines and crossed treacherous chasms, always one step ahead of the shadow that pursued them with growing awareness. The second fragment they found in the ruins of an ancient watchtower, where they confronted not just dark creatures, but their own fears and doubts. Thelar, faced with the choice between vengeance and redemption, chose to believe in the possibility of transformation, though the decision cost him deep emotional wounds. But it was the third fragment that proved most challenging, for it lay in the very heart of Moria, in a chamber directly above where the Balrog dwelled. As they ventured into the darkness, they began to witness something extraordinary, moments when the demon's flames flickered not with hatred, but with confusion, as if ancient memories were stirring. The creature's pursuit became less aggressive, more searching. Through Lyriel's magical sight, they caught glimpses of what the Balrog had once been, a being of light and protection, not destruction. These moments of recognition grew stronger as they gathered the final piece of the crown. The culmination of their quest came in the great hall of Durin's folk, where shadow and light danced across pillars that reached into darkness. The Balrog confronted them, its form massive and terrible, but something had changed. In its eyes burned not just rage, but recognition, especially when Darren held up the reassembled starfire crown. "Kaliner," she called out, her voice steady despite her fear. "Remember who you were." The crown began to glow with an inner light, responding to both its original bearer and the pure intention behind Darren's words. The Balrog roared, but the sound held more anguish than anger. Shadows and flame warred across its form as ancient magic awakened. What followed was not a battle, but a transformation. As the crown's power surged through the chamber, the darkness surrounding the Balrog began to crack like a shell, revealing glimpses of light beneath. The process was devastating in its intensity. Pillars cracked, stones shattered, and the very air seemed to burn. But when the light finally faded, where the Balrog had stood now knelt a figure of pure radiance, Kaliner restored, though forever changed by his experience. His flames now burned with a silver-gold light, and his eyes held both the wisdom of the Eldar and the deep memory of his time in darkness. The restoration of Kaliner marked more than just the redemption of a single being. It symbolized the possibility of healing ancient wounds between races and returning light to dark places. Under his renewed guardianship, Moria would begin a slow transformation, as dwarves and elves worked together to reclaim its halls. Darren remained in Moria, becoming the chronicler of this new chapter in its history. She often found herself in the great library, adding to the ancient records, while in the halls below, Kaliner's pure flame lit the darkness, a reminder that even the deepest shadows could be transformed by understanding and courage. The story of the Balrog's redemption spread throughout Middle-earth, a tale of hope that spoke to all who believed in the power of transformation. And in the deepest halls of Moria, where darkness had once ruled supreme, a new light burned, not as bright as it had in the elder days, perhaps, but tempered by wisdom and strengthened by trial. A flame that would guide generations to come. Years later, travelers would speak of seeing a figure of living flame walking the restored halls of Moria, not dealing destruction, but protection, its light a beacon in the darkness. And if they listened carefully, they might hear the ancient stones themselves singing of redemption, of the guardian who returned from shadow to once again protect the halls of his ancient charge. Story 7. The ancient gates of Moria loomed before Thorin Irongrip, their once proud surfaces now scarred by centuries of abandonment and darker things. 20 years of exile had changed him, his beard now streaked with silver, his eyes harder than the stones of his ancestral home. But it was not the weight of years that bent his shoulders. It was the letter clutched in his weathered hand, written in his brother Dane's familiar script, containing impossible claims about controlling the Balrog through ancient dwarven runes. Snow fell silently around him as he traced the secret door's outline, remembering the day he'd fled these halls, leaving his younger brother behind. The beam of his lantern caught the gleam of runes carved into the rock face, not the angular scripts of their ancestors, but newer marks that made his blood run cold. They spoke of power, of binding, of worship. The halls of Moria had changed. Where once darkness dwelt in simple emptiness, now it held purpose. Thorin's boots echoed on stone floors polished by recent use, passing walls adorned with fresh runes that pulsed with an unsettling red glow. The air grew warmer as he descended, carrying the scent of incense and something else, the acrid smell of burning stone. In the shadows, he caught glimpses of movement-robed figures that ducked out of sight, watching. Their whispers followed him deeper into the mountain. The brother returns. The Flame Lord will be pleased, the great hall of Durin. When he reached it, stole his breath. Hundreds of candles cast dancing shadows across the towering pillars, and in their light, dozens of dwarves moved in solemn procession. They wore robes emblazoned with the symbol of a flame-wreathed eye, their beards braided with strips of glowing metal that pulsed like dying embers. At the far end of the hall, upon a throne of obsidian, sat Dane. His brother's once golden beard had turned white, but not with age. It seemed bleached, as though by intense heat. His eyes gleamed with an inner fire that Thorin had never seen before. "Welcome home, brother," Dane's voice echoed across the chamber. "Have you come to witness our triumph?" The cultists parted as Thorin approached the throne. "What have you done, Dane? What is this madness?" "Madness?" Dane laughed, the sound sharp as breaking stone. "We have done what our ancestors never dared. We have learned to harness the power that dwells in the deep. The Balrog is not our enemy, brother. It is our salvation." From the depths below came a rumble that shook dust from the ceiling. The cultists fell to their knees, pressing their foreheads to the ground. Only Dane remained seated, his smile growing wider as the temperature in the hall rose dramatically. "The ancient runes," Dane continued, "they were never meant to ward against the Balrog. They were meant to commune with it, to worship it, to draw upon its power." He held up his hand, and flames danced across his fingers. "See what gifts our God has granted us." Thorin's hand tightened on his warhammer. "That creature is no god, Dane. It's a demon of the ancient world. It destroyed our kingdom. It destroyed the kingdom of those too weak to embrace its power." Dane rose from his throne, his robes swirling with supernatural wind. "Join us, brother. Feel the Flame Lord's blessing for yourself." But Thorin had seen the truth in his brother's eyes, the madness, the corruption. Whatever power the Balrog had granted came at a terrible price. In the faces of the cultists, he saw not strength but desperation, their flesh marked with burns that they wore as badges of honor. The chamber shook again, and this time a roar followed, distant, but growing closer. The cultists began to chant in ancient Khuzdul, their voices rising with religious fervor. Through the floor, Thorin felt the approach of something massive, something that made the very mountain tremble. "The Flame Lord comes to welcome you." Dane spread his arms wide. "Embrace his gift or die in darkness, brother." In that moment, Thorin understood the true horror of what had happened in Moria. The Balrog hadn't merely corrupted his brother, it had transformed him into something else entirely. The creature's true power wasn't in its flames or its shadow, but in its ability to twist hope into desperation, strength into submission. The final confrontation came not with swords or sorcery, but with words that cut deeper than any blade. As the Balrog's presence loomed ever closer, Thorin spoke of their father, of the oath they'd sworn to protect their people, of the difference between power and strength. For a brief moment, he saw his brother's true face beneath the corruption, scared, lost, seeking validation in the very force that had destroyed their home. But it was too late. The Balrog burst through the floor in a maelstrom of flame and shadow, its very presence sending cultists scrambling in ecstasy and terror. Dane reached out to embrace the inferno, crying out in triumph, only to scream as the flames consumed rather than empowered him. In its presence, all the runes and rituals meant nothing. The creature had never been a god to be worshipped, only a force of destruction that had played upon their desperate desires. Thorin barely escaped with a handful of followers who had seen the truth at the last moment. As they fled through ancient tunnels, the sounds of destruction echoed behind them, the death throes of a cult built on false promises and corrupted hope. Years later, travelers would speak of light seen in Moria's depths, of chanting in dead languages, of a brotherhood that still sought power in darkness. But Thorin, watching from exile once again, knew the truth. The real tragedy wasn't the Balrog's destruction, but its ability to corrupt by offering what people wanted most: power, purpose, belonging only to consume them in the end. He kept his brother's final letter, a reminder that the greatest battles are not fought against monsters of flame and shadow, but against the darkness that lurks in desperate hearts. And in the deep places of the world, the Balrog waited, ready to offer its deadly promises to any who would listen. Story 8. In the twilight halls of Rivendell, where ancient wisdom whispered through falling leaves and crystalline waterfalls, Lyra Starweaver discovered a truth that would shake the foundations of Middle-earth. The young mage sat frozen before a weathered tome, its pages illuminated by enchanted candlelight, her fingers trembling as they traced the elegant elvish script that revealed the Balrog of Moria's true purpose. The demon is not merely a creature of shadow, she whispered to the empty library, but a living seal, holding back something far worse than flame and darkness. The revelation came as Rivendell's autumn winds carried troubling news. A band of treasure hunters, led by the notorious Grimshaw brothers, had breached Moria's outer defenses. They sought the legendary mithril hoards, ignorant of the delicate magical equilibrium their presence threatened to disrupt. Lyra's mentor, the ancient elf sage Eldarion, confirmed her worst fears. The Balrog was bound there purposefully, he explained, his ageless face grave in the library's dim light. Before the First Age ended, the Valar themselves discovered a tear in the fabric of reality deep beneath Moria, a gateway to a void where things older than darkness itself dwell. The Balrog's eternal watch is both its punishment and our salvation. The signs were already manifesting. As the treasure hunters delved deeper into Moria's shadows, strange tremors shook the misty mountains. In Rivendell's sacred pools, the waters turned black as pitch, reflecting impossible geometries. Ravens flew in patterns that defied nature's laws, and even the stars seemed to shift uneasily in their ancient courses. With time running out, Lyra assembled an unlikely company, Eldarion, whose memories reached back to the First Age, Coram Stonefist, a dwarf sage who had studied Moria's deepest secrets, and Theron Swiftshadow, an elven ranger whose parents had died fighting the very creature they now sought to protect. Their journey to Moria was marked by increasingly disturbing omens. The very air grew thick with unnatural possibilities, and in their dreams, they heard whispers in languages that had never known mortal tongues. Yet it was not until they reached Moria's gates that they understood the true scope of their challenge. The entrance hall bore signs of recent violence, not from the treasure hunters, but from the Balrog itself. The ancient demon had begun to move erratically, its eternal vigilance disrupted by the intruder's presence. Massive claw marks scored the walls, and patches of stone had melted into glass, reflecting distorted images of places that couldn't exist. They tracked the Grimshaw brothers through halls where shadow and flame battled for dominance. The treasure hunters had unknowingly activated ancient wards, weakening the magical bindings that held both the Balrog and what it guarded. With each barrier breached, the very fabric of reality grew thinner. In the chamber of Mizarble, they finally confronted the treasure hunters. The Grimshaw brothers stood before an archway of impossible angles, its surface rippling like water in moonlight. The Balrog's roars echoed from below, but they were different now, tinged with desperation rather than rage. "Stop." Lyra's voice carried the weight of ancient magic. "You don't understand what you're unleashing." But it was too late. As the treasure hunters' tools breached the final ward, reality itself seemed to hiccup. Through the archway, they caught glimpses of what lay beyond shapes that hurt the eye to witness, geometries that shouldn't exist, beings that made the Balrog seem as harmless as a candle's flame. The Balrog burst into the chamber then, its form more magnificent and terrible than any tale had described. Yet in its burning eyes, Lyra saw not mindless destruction, but desperate purpose. The demon positioned itself between the arch and the mortals, its flames holding back tendrils of impossible darkness that reached through the weakened barrier. Understanding bloomed in Lyra's mind. The Balrog's eternal rage wasn't directed at the world above, but at what lurked below. Its flames were not meant to destroy, but to cauterize, to burn away any trace of the void that might seep through. What followed was not a battle, but a race against cosmic horror. While the Balrog held the line, Lyra and Eldarion worked to reconstruct the ancient wards, weaving spells of containment and binding. Corum's knowledge of dwarven runes proved crucial, his words of power reinforcing the magical barriers. Even the Grimshaw brothers, finally understanding their folly, lent their strength to the effort. The cost was terrible. Eldarion sacrificed centuries of his immortal life to power the seals. Corum's beard turned white as ancient snow, his eyes forever marked by what they had witnessed. The Grimshaw brothers emerged with their minds scarred by glimpses of what lay beyond. But it was Lyra who paid the highest price. To complete the binding, she had to forge a connection with the Balrog itself, to understand its eternal purpose and share its burden. In that moment of connection, she experienced an eternity of vigilance, of standing guard against horrors that would drive worlds mad. When the dust settled and the new ward stood firm, the Balrog remained in its depths, but it was no longer alone in its watch. Lyra established a new order of guardians in Moria's upper hall, scholars and mages who would ensure the demon remained undisturbed in its vital task. Years later, travelers sometimes reported seeing lights in Moria's windows or hearing chants in ancient tongues. They spoke of a young mage with ancient eyes who walked the upper halls, bearing flames that burned with the same intensity as the creature below. And in the deep places, the Balrog continued its eternal vigil, no longer a demon of destruction, but understood at last as what it had always been, the final guardian against chaos unimaginable. The tale of the Balrog became something different in Lyra's halls of learning, not a story of terror, but of duty unimaginable and sacrifice understood too late. For in the deepest darkness, even demons could prove to be saviors, and the line between monster and guardian was thinner than anyone had guessed. Story 9. In the deepest reaches of Moria, where shadow and stone merged in eternal darkness, Kyra Deepforge's lantern illuminated something that should not have been, an archway of pure crystal, untouched by the corruption that had claimed these halls millennia ago. The dwarven sage pressed her palm against its surface, feeling ancient magic pulse beneath her fingers like a heartbeat long forgotten. Her companions, 3 of Moria's bravest scouts, shifted uneasily behind her. They had ventured deeper than any expedition in recent memory, following tales of a hidden chamber that held secrets about the Balrog's true nature. None had expected to find something so beautiful in these tainted depths. The mirror chamber, Kyra breathed, her voice barely a whisper as she translated the ethereal runes that decorated the arch. Created in the First Age, when elves and dwarves still shared these halls in peace, the chamber beyond took their breath away. Perfectly preserved, its walls were sheets of polished crystal that reflected their lantern light 1,000-fold. But it was the object at its center that drew their attention, a mirror unlike any they had seen before, its surface rippling like liquid starlight. The Remembrance Mirror, Kyra read from the base's inscriptions. Created to preserve memories that must never be forgotten. As she spoke these words, the mirror's surface began to shift. The chamber's reflections dimmed, and in their place appeared visions of Moria as it once was, halls filled with light and life, where elven and dwarven craftsmen worked side by side. But these scenes quickly gave way to something else, something personal and heartbreaking. They saw a being of pure light and glory, one of the Mire, those spiritual beings who served the Veiler themselves. In these visions, he was called Thandir, the Flame Guardian, and he walked among the elves of ancient Moria as their protector. But it was one elf in particular who caught his attention, a silver-haired maiden named Celebrindle. The mirror showed their story in fragments of crystalline memory, Thandir teaching Celebrindle the secrets of celestial fire, their shared laughter echoing through golden halls. Their growing closeness, forbidden yet unstoppable as the changing of seasons. Secret meetings in starlit gardens, where they spoke of dreams that could never be. I never knew, Kyra whispered, tears streaming down her face as the truth revealed itself. The Balrog, it was him. Thandir, the mirror's images grew darker. Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, discovered their love. In his twisted wisdom, He saw it as a weakness to exploit. The corruption of Thandir was not swift, but gradual promises of power that would allow him to be with his love. Subtle poisons that twisted his celestial flame into shadow. They watched as Thandir's transformation into the Balrog took hold, his light becoming darkness, his love turning to possessive rage. Celebrindle's horror as she witnessed his fall, her final desperate attempt to reach the being she had loved beneath the monster he had become. The last memory showed Celebrindle creating this very mirror, pouring her own immortal essence into it, so that the truth would never be lost. Remember him as he was, her voice echoed through time. For in remembering, there may yet be hope. The vision faded, leaving them in darkness broken only by their lantern's flickering light. But something had changed. A deep rumble shook the chamber, and with it came waves of heat that spoke of an ancient presence stirring. The mirror, it's awakened something in him. One of the scouts whispered fearfully. Kyra stood firm, her mind racing with possibilities. Not something, she corrected. Someone. Memories of love he thought lost forever. The next days tested every ounce of courage they possessed. As word of their discovery spread through the reclaimed upper halls of Moria, the Balrog's behavior began to change. Its rampages took on a different character, less destructive, more searching. Those who caught glimpses of the creature reported moments when its flames dimmed, revealing glimpses of the luminous being it had once been. Kyra spent weeks studying the mirror's inscriptions, consulting with the oldest lore masters of both Dwarven and Elven realms. The truth she uncovered was both hopeful and terrifying. The mirror held not just memories, but a fraction of Celebrindle's power that might be used to reach whatever remained of Thandir within the Balrog. The final confrontation came during the darkest hour of night, in the great hall where Thandir had first pledged his protection to Moria's people. Kyra stood before the advancing Balrog, the mirror floating behind her, upheld by ancient magics. Thandir, she called out, her voice carrying the weight of ages. Remember who you were. Remember who loved you. The mirror's surface erupted with light, projecting images of Celebrindle and Thandir's love story into the darkness. The Balrog roared, but this time, the sound held more anguish than rage. Its flames flickered, shadows warring with light as ancient memories fought against millennia of corruption. What followed was not a battle of weapons, but of hearts. Through the mirror's power, Celebrindle's essence reached out one final time to the being she had loved. The Balrog's fires dimmed, revealing more and more of the luminous form beneath. Tears of liquid flame fell from its eyes, each one burning a story of love and loss into the stone floor. When dawn finally broke, the Balrog was not defeated, but it was changed. Through the mirror's power and the memory of love, a fragment of Thandir had awakened within the darkness. While the corruption could never be fully undone, the creature was no longer driven solely by rage and destruction. In the years that followed, the dwarves of Moria learned to coexist with their transformed guardian. The Balrog remained in the deep places, its presence both terrible and sad, a reminder that even in the darkest of falls, a spark of light could remain. The mirror chamber became a sacred place, where those who had lost their way could seek remembrance and hope. And sometimes in the quietest hours, visitors would report hearing ancient songs echoing through Moria's halls, songs of a love that had transcended even the darkest corruption, proving that in the end, some lights could never truly be extinguished. Kyra remained as keeper of both the mirror and its story, understanding that some battles were won not with swords or spells, but with the memory of love that even time could not erase. For in that memory lay the greatest magic of all, the power to find light in even the deepest darkness. Story 10. The black staff in Aldair's hand pulsed with an ancient power that made the very shadows of Moria recoil. Its obsidian surface rippled like liquid darkness, occasionally revealing veins of deep crimson that matched the infamous fires of Durin's Bane. But unlike the corrupted flame of the Balrog that now haunted these halls, the staff's power felt older, purer a reminder of what these creatures had once been. Snow fell silently through the broken ceiling of Moria's entrance hall, as Aldair traced ancient runes carved into the walls, runes that spoke not of the dwarves who had built this place, but of something far older. His father's final words echoed in his mind. Find the first flame, restore the ancient pact. Before darkness claims all, the young pilgrim had spent years piecing together his heritage, discovering that his bloodline descended from the keepers, an ancient order of humans who had served alongside the Balrogs before Morgoth corrupted them. In those elder days, the Balrogs had been guardians of sacred flames, protectors of the world's deep places. Their fall had been not just a tragedy, but the breaking of a sacred trust. His arrival in Moria had not gone unnoticed. A group of dwarven warriors, led by the legendary Thrain Stonehammer, had surrounded him within moments. Their axes gleamed in the dim light, but their eyes were fixed on his staff. That weapon, Thrain growled. It bears the same flame as the demon below. Not the same, Aldair corrected softly. The original, the pure flame that all Balrogs once carried, before their corruption. I've come to restore what was lost. The dwarves might have struck him down then, had not the mountain itself shuddered. From the depths came a roar that shook loose stones from the ceiling, but to Aldair's trained ear, there was something different in that sound. Pain. Loneliness. The cry of a being that had forgotten its own purpose. With reluctant fascination, the dwarves escorted him deeper into Moria. Aldair shared the true history of the Balrogs, how they had been created as guardians against elder evils that slept in the world's deep places. The very darkness they now embodied was what they had once fought against. In the great hall of Durin's folk, Aldair unveiled ancient scrolls that showed the original pact between his ancestors and the Flame Guardians. The documents spoke of a symbiotic relationship, human keepers helping to anchor the Balrogs' celestial nature, preventing them from being overwhelmed by the darkness they fought. When Morgoth corrupted them, Aldair explained, he didn't just turn them evil. He severed their connection to the Keepers, leaving them vulnerable to the very forces they were meant to contain. As if in response to his words, the temperature in the hall rose dramatically. Shadows deepened in impossible ways, and the sound of massive wings echoed through the chamber. The Balrog had come. Its appearance was both terrible and magnificent, a being of shadow and flame that towered to the ceiling. But as it faced Aldair, something extraordinary happened. The staff in his hands blazed with black fire that matched the Balrog's own, creating a resonance that filled the hall with deep, bell-like tones. The demon paused, its flames flickering with recognition. In that moment, Aldair began the ancient ritual his father had taught him. Words in a language older than the first age rolled from his tongue, each syllable igniting symbols of fire in the air between him and the Balrog. Through their connected flames, Aldair experienced fragments of the creature's memories, its original purpose as a guardian, the tragedy of its corruption, millennia of rage and confusion, as it forgot what it was meant to be. But deeper than these memories lay something else, a primal understanding of its true role as protector against things that dwelt in darkness, far deeper than any physical cave. The ritual's climax came as Aldair thrust his staff into the ground, creating a circle of black flame that encompassed both himself and the Balrog. The creature roared not in anger now, but in recognition. Ancient magics awakened as the broken pact began to reform. But restoration came with a price. As the connection between Keeper and Guardian re-established itself, Aldair felt the weight of centuries press upon his soul. He understood now why the Keepers of old had been both honored and pitied. To anchor a Balrog's power meant sharing its burden, its eternal vigilance against horrors that would drive ordinary minds mad. When the ritual ended, both Aldair and the Balrog were transformed. The demon's flames burned with a darker, more controlled purpose. Its eyes held awareness again, recognition of its ancient duty. And Aldair stood changed as well, his hair now streaked with ash, his eyes holding echoes of the same flame that burned within his charge. The dwarves witnessed a miracle that day, not the destruction of their ancient enemy, but its restoration to something closer to its original purpose. The Balrog remained in Moria's depths, but now as a guardian rather than a destroyer. Its flames kept watch over deeper, darker things that slept in the earth's bones. LOTR established a new order of keepers, teaching them the ancient ways of flame binding. Under his guidance, they learned to work with rather than against the Balrog's power, maintaining the balance that kept elder evils at bay. Years passed, and travelers through the misty mountains began to tell new tales. They spoke of lights in Moria's windows again, of dwarven hammers ringing in restored halls. And in the deepest places, they whispered of two flames that burned in the darkness, one ancient and terrible, the other new but equally powerful, working together to keep watch over secrets that the world had forgotten. The legacy of the Flame Keepers lived again in Moria, not as a memory of defeat and corruption, but as a testament to the possibility of restoration. For in the deepest darkness, ancient purposes could be remembered, and even demons could find their way back to the light with the help of those willing to share their burden.